How we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Got a couple of packs to open. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Survived another trip around the sun. How about a 2-star for my birthday Pokemon Pocket? I've been so good this year. Tingle. Howdy, Mike. One full art trader, please, Pokemon Pocket. All right. It's a shame this Gyarados isn't that good, because I think this is the best Gyarados art in the game currently. Man, what a slog. It took us 90 seconds to finish my dailies for the day. That's tough. So consuming. Going on, Almighty. Happy birthday to you too. Good morning, good morning. What's the birthday rule? If you have at least 23 people in a room, at least 2 of them overlap a birthday statistically. Got a couple more than 23 here. Griffin Bruce! One of the esteemed members of the Triple Digit Sub Club. Thank you for the almost 8.5 years or 101 months. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I've seen people speculating on a data mined do rarity. I hope whatever it is, it's not going to be less frequent than 1 in 500. It's already there. The crowd rares are already pretty rare. I guess additional rarity doesn't automatically mean more rare than the current most rare, but I feel like that's the natural direction to take it in. Alexis, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. Morning, folks. Maybe it's just a rarity you could buy with money. I do enjoy things I can buy with money. All right, so I was doodling on some stuff. Some of it's boring, but probably good. So one of my thoughts was, what if we played the Gyarados Druddigon deck, but with Tauros instead of Greninja to make it so you're less trash into Pikachu? I think there's a chance that this is a very, very reasonable way to approach this. We had tested Weezing Arbok a little bit, but I think that deck's a little soft to Charizard, so I think there could be merit to just being on Weezing as your stall card with Mew and Tauros as finishers. Two-star traders are rarely going to be bought with money in my experience. Yeah, it's... Unless you don't really want them, and then they can work however. Ooh, Gabe, 6 for the half a year. Welcome back. Alakazam. Weezing is a shell that was played a little bit last season that I think could benefit from Tauros as a supplementary attacker as well. Something like this, mayhaps. Although I only have 1 Koga in here, that's probably cooked. Probably want 2 Kogas rather than this Giovanni. Who? Thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. And Anumbro, thank you for the 24 months. Appreciate the 2 years. So, Tauros really wants Giovanni, but like, Koga Weezing is like a Giovanni with Tauros if you squint, right? Yeah, I don't know. Alikable. Is Weezing good enough with only one Koga? Maybe I do leave them 1-1 with the Geo, just see how the Geo feels. Have to squint really good, yeah. This is another idea. People have been playing Executor as a front line for Celebi. And I think just splashing 2 colors might be a better option. Play like organic free range Mewtwo. I think I want something like this could be good too. Just like Druddigon, Tauros, Mewtwo. This gets to play Mew as an attacker. Is your annual birthday party still being held at 123 Cornfield Lane, Hoaglandia? Exactly. Thanks for the biddies, Rhino. Man Chicken, thanks for the 27 months. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, the Druddigon Tauros core feels like it can shove into a lot of different directions. Yeah, Mewtwo with the Druddigon stuff feels like it could be appealing. And then there's this as well. Like, what if we built to not be bad into Gyarados? Like, no Druddigon stuff, but like Tauros, Hitmonlee, Aerodactyl as an extra like miscellaneous attacker. I like 12 decks I want to work on. Thankfully, we've got things to play every day this week, so. Marcel, thank you for the 11 months. Don't forget to stretch, kids. That's true. That's true. What do I want to start? I kind of want to play... I think I want to play a Psychic deck today. Let's start with Alakazam Weezing, because I think it has the biggest chance of being a bust. Let's start with the one that's most likely to be bad. We'll go from there. Thanks for the birthday wishes, folks. I've achieved the ripe old age of 34. Okawam. Owakamu. I could read words sometimes. Thanks for the 5 months. I think in general, stage 2 attackers are a little inconsistent in pocket. Yeah, so like that's why the idea of this build is somewhat appealing. This is a deck that has a stage 2 attacker, but it also has Tauros and Weezing to be able to like win games without its stage 2 attacker, right? Alakazam is interesting into Gyarados as well, because it can one-shot a Gyarados, assuming the Gyarados doesn't discard its own energy. That's true. For everybody telling me that 34 isn't that old, I have 3 children, and every child ages you by a minimum of 5 years. That's the floor. teleport out here, methinks. I don't want to hear that math. It makes me 65. You're a turn late, Coughing. Hey, K9, thanks for the 72 months. Welcome back. Like, one copy of Leaf, please. Look at how easy this game is, gamers. All right, so they have a free knockout point on the bench. They're going after Alakazam. So if I tap this with Psychic... Man, Alakazam is super awkward into Druddigon, huh? That probably makes me take this deck and Trash Can it alone, honestly. I guess I do this. If I had a Dark Energy here, we'd be in an okay spot. Because I'd be able to, like, retreat this, Weezing would clear this. Oh, I guess this attack means I'm dead to a second Leaf, though. It's not something I'd considered. Yeah, and then we're just torched because of 2-color energy variants here. I mean, honestly, if we had a Dark Energy this turn or like the turn before, we'd have cleared the Druddigon this turn for our second point, and then Weezing and Alakazam probably get through the rest of what's going on here. Why, no, I don't know that I would. I mean, Druddigon seems awkward for our deck, and we still would have beaten it had we had a Dark Energy, yeah. I think we just need a trainer card that says change the energy, top energy in your energy zone to a different one that's in your energy zone. So if you're playing 2 colors, it guaranteed swaps the other, and if you're playing 3, it gives you one of the other 2 at random. Thanks, it's actually jersey material. Got it from one of the pop-up Pokemon centers. Got our dragons on the front. It's a shame. It's a shame most of the dragon Pokemon in this game are poop. Solid opener for us here. Dark Energy to begin in the full Alakazam line. Opponent is a Blaine Enjoyer, it would appear. Ooh, and we top decked the Weezing. Perfection. Missing on Psychic doesn't matter for a little while because Alakazam only needs one Psychic at the end. If they don't have the Ninetales here, the Giovanni with Weezing clears this Vulpix. Hey, last year, thank you for the almost 2 years. Welcome back. Chazzy Diamond, thank you for the 24 months. K9G, thank you for the 6 years. Oh gosh, is their last card Blaine? If their last card's Blaine, I guess it's not terrible because we divisioned into another Coughing. Okay, this is fine. Everything is fine, nobody panic. So I think with the Koga draw, I actually put this Dark Energy on this Coughing. Because I won't have the option to have a Dark Energy next turn. Rob, thanks for the 1.5 years. Mr. Benucci was coming in hot for the 2 years. All the resubs to start our morning. Appreciate those bits of direct support. It's a big part of why this is able to be my job. And then with them not having Blade and us having a Koga here, this game is feeling pretty done. Coughing splitting itself to make your Koga better is so potent. And now they'll have to pull this Rapidash out. I suppose if they finally found a Blaine, they could switch to Ninetales and Blaine the Weezing could put them in an okay spot. Hey, Gob, thank you for the biddies. Glad you're enjoying your time here. Okay, them being incapable of drawing Blaine means we should be pretty done. Because now I'm going to have Alakazam charged up by the time they cut through this Weezing. This is going to be an extra bad time for them. DB Samashi, thank you for the 21 months. I think the one place where regular base Coughing's attack is relevant is the place where regular base Coughing's attack is relevant is the Mewtwo matchup, and your Mewtwo matchup tends to be pretty good with your Dark deck, so you don't really need to hedge it. Mew could be problematic for us here. I wish I had my other Weezing lined up. So I get to take this knockout, but they get to put up Magmar and then put an energy on here. Although I wonder if they're playing Leaf. Blaine decks don't typically have room for Leaf. Okay, well, second energy on Mew means Giovanni cleans your clock, so... Punch. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let the first round of adverts roll this morning. Play some games with Alakazam Weezing to start. Maybe we'll slide along to some other things after. We've got a tournament that kicks off at noon, so we'll be looking for something new to play in that, methinks. See you in 120 seconds, Gamer6. Ring it out, don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. We'll set the poll up for that one as a reminder. Gibble, thank you for the 23 buds. I appreciate the over 2 years. Welcome back. No, this is an official Pokemon branded shirt. It's a jersey. What do you think of Blade? I think Blade is a deck that constantly has a very mediocre win rate in all the competitive events. I think we regularly talk about how Stage 2 Pokemon are pretty inconsistent, and the Blaine deck, if you think about it, is kind of like assembling a Stage 2 Pokemon. You need a Stage 1 plus a supporter to really get people. Yeah, I'm gonna be on a snap break for the short term at least, Droblek. If I'm being honest, even when Snap is fun, the community around it, just like every video I post, is people constantly complaining about the economy. Just like, I just want to post fun decks and not have everybody complaining at every possible moment. Hopefully Snap nails their economy rework later this year, and people can focus on actually playing the game instead of being bitter that they don't have cards, but it's just exhausting to constantly deal with people being bitter. Yeah, never having to deal with emotes in Pokemon Pocket is a huge quality of life improvement too. Nothing makes a bad beat in a card game feel infinitely worse, like your opponent getting to gloat in your face after they hit it. Ayu, thank you for the almost entire year. Welcome back. Oh, thanks for the over 2 years and for the very generous tier 3. I see there is a new symbol about data mined and speculated to be a new rarity, but we also don't have any official confirmation on that. Now, I'll remind people, the last time we had a bunch of speculation about something new coming to Pokemon Pocket, people assumed they were ranked, and then they were PvP events that are not remotely ranked, so... definitely bounce it out here. Definitely want Second Coughing as my other one, I think. We do more deck guides in the future. I post a deck video. I post a video 7 days a week on the YouTube side. Mix of deck highlights and other things. Thanks, Collision. Morning, Andrew. What do we think of powering up Tauros here without a Kadabra Insight? I think I'm into it. So let's say they evolve into Starmie, and then they clear this, and then I put Weezing up, and I poison them and put a second energy out here. That seems pretty appealing. Reefer, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate it. No Starmie makes me sad that I didn't move in on the Weezing last turn. Well, I think at this point, I go ahead and toggle the poison. Because if they evolve to Starmie and clear this, the Tauros comes up and gets rid of it, so that's fine. It's a pretty safe assumption that the second set will be at the end of January, about 6 weeks after the mini set. Yes, Pocket has the ability to play against bots. It just doesn't make you think you're playing against humans while you're playing against bots, which is nice. Oh, this opponent's name is Bot. That's funny. Missed that one. Duds, YouTube chat doesn't have things like bot commands. It's a cryptic platform that might as well be from the 1900s. It's very little infrastructure that supports live streaming on YouTube. Yep. We'll draw Kadabra eventually, right? Right? Tournaments typically start in the afternoon, duds. And when we're playing when the tournament started, I'll put the deck that we're playing in the tournament in the stream title, so you can know what we're playing and when. They're going after Tauros, really. I guess this dies in 2 regardless. Seems fine. Yikes. Oh, worth noting if this Giovanni was a copy of Kogo, we'd be better off. I'm gonna throw this one in the trash pile, chat. 2 colors in stage 2 is just no good. We started with this one because we thought it was gonna be bad. I'm gonna go ahead and arrive at that conclusion. We tried making a Kabutops deck. Kabutops is the type of card that is Stage 2 Pokemon need to be powerful enough to make up for the fact that you're going to lose games to them being inconsistent. And playing Stage 2s that just die to your opponent's Gyarados and Mewtwo's tends to not be very good. Is the TLDR. Show us your most powerful deck. If you'd like a breakdown of the best decks in Pokemon Pocket, here's a tier list covering the best decks and why they're the best decks. If you're new to the channel, this isn't really what I would call a best deck stream. I don't enjoy playing mirror matches, i.e. your deck against the same copy of the deck, so a lot of what we play here is trying to color outside the lines and find things that could be competitive that people aren't currently aware of. Fire Energy Staryu. Cooking or baked? They must just have Druddigon and messed up their energy, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't have an interest in someone that jacked up their energy zone. It's just not gonna be a meaningful or interesting game. Just gotta take them all again, give them a chance to fix their stuff. Boshak, thank you for the over 6 years. Welcome back. Jeff, your win rate. Yep. What packs are leaving the shop and when? They have not announced any packs leaving the shop ever at this point. My educated guess would be that if they ever intend to retire packs from the shop, they won't retire them until they rotate out of standard. And I would assume we're 2 years away from that happening at a minimum. I would expect that, October 2026 will be the first time we have a rotation in this game, and I would wager that's the soonest we have packs become unavailable for purchase. You tried Execute Venomoth Tauros? I have not. Skeptical that Venomoth is a very good card. It's currently 10 a.m. where I'm at, Duds. We're 2 hours off from the tournament starting. Magic Arena launched. What formats did it support? I mean, Pokemon Pocket's not really comparable to Magic Arena. Pokemon TCG Live is more comparable to Magic Arena. Magic Arena is an implementation of paper Magic in a digital format, whereas Pokemon Pocket is Pokemon TCG re-imaged for the digital age. Tank Magic, thanks for the 19 months. Welcome back. Raichu Pidgeot. Interesting. I think it's time for Koffing to divide and conquer here. Have you seen the Gyarados Chatot deck where you discard a bunch of fossils? Yeah, there were a few clickbait videos calling that deck the best thing since sliced bread, and then it promptly showed up and died horribly in every tournament it's been played in so far, because it's inconsistent and bad. Something that remains wholly true about good decks in Pokemon Pocket is that good decks in Pokemon Pocket have a diverse range of play patterns. Being all in on just getting Gyarados as soon as possible is not a good way to be. Are we powering up Raichu to trade with my Weezing? It seems like not great for you, opponent. So I Gas Leak and then Tackle, and then next turn Tackle plus Geo with the poison finishes the Raichu off. Easy peasy. Magician! Thanks for the 2.5 years. Welcome back. Rotation means they will eventually add ranked, right? What does having more than one format of the way to play the game have to do with ranked? Can you explain to me how those two things are at all connected? Because I would look at you and tell you they are not at all connected, but maybe you can sell me on why they would be. Burst energy on the Raichu is definitely a mistake, the way the Weezing breakpoints line up into it. Even if I wasn't going to clear them with the Giovanni, they'd be trading 3 energy for 1, which is not a good exchange for them. I hope they never add a ranked mode to Pokemon Pocket. I think ranked modes tend to be a pretty big net negative for people engaging with them. They lead to a very high rate of player burnout. Well, this tackle here means the tackle with the Geo clears the Raichu before they can retreat it, which is nice. All right, so we'll burn a Sabrina to start getting damage marked on this Pidgeot EX. So if they don't have a potion, they can't just Scattering Cyclone and clear the Weezing here because the Tauros will clear him on the backswing. Thanks, Skull. What's going on, Geek? Yeah, it's interesting. You didn't know. Do you not watch much Pocket on Twitch? I've actually been doing daily Pocket content like since the game dropped. Since before the game dropped? Question mark. Since before the game dropped, really. We had the soft launch. Tauros, sure. I don't. Most of my Pocket content's been on YouTube. Ah, yes. YouTube. YouTube really doesn't like to promote my content. That's such an incredibly and deeply frustrating platform. Oh my goodness, I forgot. I was talking to chat and I forgot about the poison. You're right. You're right. The Geo totally did it. Now they have a chance to retreat. I'm gonna blame chat. I'm being annoyed. In fact, completely mislethal. I'm gonna blame the YouTube algorithm for not only taking money out of my pocket, but also taking wins off my game board. I don't want to play anymore. Take a ball again. That's sad. The game would have been pretty solid. Any idea on a third Pokemon for Lumion Starmie EX? That'll actually be my highlight on the YouTube channel after I'm done today. You don't believe that they will add a new mode with rotating sets. They will 100% add a way to play with rotated sets, but that new mode doesn't have to be a ranked mode. You just have another queue where the cards that you play with are different. I am Ohm. Thank you for the almost 2 years. Welcome back. There's no reason why you would force it to be a ranked mode. What are your favorite decks to play? I like the Drudagon Tauros decks a lot. Weezing's a lovely lad, albeit a little bit sad that we don't have another basic here. Why do people want a ranked mode so bad for Pokemon Pocket? People want a ranked mode in Pokemon Pocket because they've been trained and conditioned by every other game out there that they should feel good about themselves when their number goes up. Because they have a hard time with the concept of playing a game for fun, and they need to get on that hamster wheel and run on it in order to find joy. Balzad, thanks for the 16 months. I don't think there's anything wrong with enjoying watching numbers go up. I just find it annoying when people falsely equate the number going up with it meaning you've gotten better at the game, because that's not true. Yeah, I think that's another part of it too. I think a lot of the requests for a ranked mode aren't even specifically wanting a ranked mode so much as they're just people wanting more free stuff, and ranked modes typically mean more free stuff. But I think the PvP events that we've been seeing are very clearly how they want to give people free stuff for playing the game. They want a ranked mode because it's not very fun when someone says, I don't want to play anymore and stop playing after 3 turns. I think it's hilarious that you think people take ranked modes that seriously. And I get some of you are projecting and you would take a ranked mode very seriously, but really, truly, playing ranked in most of these games is the competitive equivalent of playing poker with, like, M&Ms at your holiday party with your cousins. Like, some people take it very seriously, but for others, you just want to, like, you know, feel something. I do, like, that's the problem with playing with M&Ms. You just eat all your winnings. They are about to get soloed by this Weezing, yep. Figuring out a Weezing deck that isn't terrible into the rest of the format, I think is really big game. Like, Weezing's a really good card in general. I feel like there just hasn't been remotely enough exploration around it. Like, I feel like we came to the accurate conclusion that the Scolipede Weezing deck was bad, and then, like, okay, we just, like, forgot that Weezing was a card. Yeah, that's also true too. I think that's one of the something that I actually haven't had to talk about in a long time that I need to remember to bring up when it comes to talking about why ranked modes are bad is that in Marvel Snap, all the games are always 6 turns, so like length of game really isn't a consideration. But in traditional card games like Hearthstone and Pokemon Pocket and Magic Arena, decks that can win faster are also better in ranked modes that reward you for playing more games. If you win 60% of the time with a deck that takes 20 minutes to win the game, or you could win 55% of the time with a deck that takes 5 minutes to win the game, you're gonna climb the ladder better with the deck that has 5-minute games and a lower win rate. Like, that's what I actually haven't brought up at all when it comes to talking about the issues with ranked and how it's not really a good competitive measuring stick. And I'm gonna have to remember that one because it's super relevant for Pocket's more traditional card game gameplay. Yeah, do you want to play half your matches against Misty? Because this is how you play half your matches against Misty. Ooh, okay, so the leaf draw here means I could get Coughing going with Wheezing. No Wheezing yet, though. I think I'm just doing this for now and getting the Tauros charged up while healthy. Because if I were to leaf to the Coughing and they go Executor hit heads, I'd be in trouble. Well, they have Baby Executor. Okay. Oh, I guess I should have played the Coughing out in case I drew. In case I drew Weezing next turn. It's a pretty big mistake. Eat a big cloud, please. That one's not gonna do it. I don't think I want to give a knockout here. That's close, though. I think I'm gonna give it. Without a Wheezing in sight, I think I'd give it up. Two Wheezing, 2 research, 11 cards. That'll do, pig. That'll do. With copies of Erica, the Executors favored in this 1-to-1, but I suppose if I draw another Coughing, our Kogas give us some time. Opponent having the baby Executor, so our Tauros in the back line couldn't come in and mess it up, was very strong for them here. Well, they didn't support her this turn, so that would imply no Erica. Although I suppose they were only missing 40 life. We really want them to miss this first coin, so we don't have to stress about the coin next turn. V-Boy, thank you for the 20 months. Perfection. That was not the Coughing I wanted for Christmas. Just keep swinging, I suppose. Hillian, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Good morning, good morning. On average, their Celebi does not kill my Mew. So I think I'm gonna Koga this back and put the Mew up. And just take a hit here. Okay, so we'll research this turn, obviously. There's a Giovanni, perfect. So we do this into Wheezing and to take our first knockout point. And now, with our first knockout point on deck, we'll get to clear the Celebi in one. With the Tauros we've set up here. I'd feel a little bit better if I'd have drawn another Tauros or the other Coughing here. Is really unfortunate we missed on both of those. Because if I would have hit one of those, we would have been able to, what's the word I'm searching for? We would have been able to play around to Sabrina. Oh, they have 2 baby Executors? That's so gross. Now the fact that I've missed on Coughing is a really big deal. Lou Attack, thank you for the baker's dozen. Good morning, good morning. Are most tournaments open deck list? All the ones I play at are open deck list. Oh, I forgot I had a Farfetch'd in here too. All right, don't be my bottom card, second Coughing. Perfect. Leak some gas. Hit you with the tackle. Oh, are we already through both Tauros? You're right. You're right. The other Tauros is dead. I forgot. What's my last card then? Is it Second Leaf? Second Leaf is the last card. Wow, they have another Giovanni. I need a brick here. Oh, they must be playing the build. They must be playing the build without Superior, so they have all these extra utility cards. Is what this is. This. We go this. What a grindy game, huh? So they assuredly have second they assuredly have second Sabrina here or second Erica here as well at some point, yeah. And they can't put these up at any point because Poison plus Tauros or Giovanni plus Tauros cleans them out. Would you have X-speeded back to the view? Maybe. It probably doesn't matter. Okay, so what are their remaining cards? They probably have a Sabrina. They're through 2 Ericas, 2 potions. They probably have 1 to 2 Executor EX hiding in their hand here. If I had to venture a guess. What turn are we on? Are we gonna risk a draw here? The game ties after 30 or 50 turns. OB, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Can you X-speed, Poison, and retreat to Tauros and Sabrina? Yeah, maybe? Could we do all that? I think you're right that we could technically do all that. That works, right? So I Sabrina them, I poison them, I X speed out, we hit them with the Tauros. Good catch, gamer. Actually, Miss Lethal the previous turn with that line. I've talked a lot on stream about how good Giovanni is with Tauros and all these 130 breakpoint Pokemon. And Weezing and retreating it are like very, very similar. Yeah, it gives us our 2 knockout points. What a grind. All right, I think I can pick it up what's being put down here. We need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll on the Twitch side, but we're gonna play some more of this one when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're watching on the YouTube side. Consider tap the like button on the live stream if you're enjoying the vibes this morning. Got almost 500 people in there and only 185 like button pressers so far. We can pump those rookie numbers up. Have you decided what the tournament deck will be? Nah, I don't have to lock that in until like 2 minutes before. These tournaments cost money or have prizes. All the ones I've been entering in are free to enter. They have varying amounts of honor and prizes depending on who's running the event. This deck has 4 different full art traders, seems OP. It does. The pay-to-win Pokemon Pocket you've been warned about. Yeah, full art research and Pokeball win, gamers. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how much, if at all, Snap bounces back with the start of their season today in terms of viewer count on Twitch. Their last 2 weeks of December were down 90% from the last of the year, which is a pretty massive dip. What do you think is the best Starmie deck at the moment? I'll actually have a Starmie highlight on the Pocket channel after we're done being live today. Starmie Lumion. Mark Slayer, thanks for the 10 months. Welcome back. Marvel Snap's releasing a new season pass card today that gets countered by Mobius and Mobius. So I assume people who are trying to have fun playing the new thing are going to be deeply sad in general. I think I'm waiting to play these until after I fish the Coughing up here, because I don't want to risk hitting the Coughing with either of these before I division for it. I'm going to take a mulligan on this matchup. I think it's probably pretty close to 0% for us, especially with them having a good draw. And I don't really care how my Scolipede deck plays out. You're brewing decks to attack the popular decks. You got to accept that there's going to be some other off-meta things that give you a hard time. Caterpie Gamer. Take a second basic here. Played at a tournament this week. Any off-meta decks you could recommend? You should check out the meta report and then the off-meta deck report that I posted over the weekend. Pretty good, consistent roundups on the channel. Time to divide and conquer, gamers. Derpo, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. Really love to draw a Weezing and start putting damage on here. Perfection. Perfection. Front of the class, please, Ivysaur. Got Tauros as a big damage dealer down the line here. Crack him with the Gas Leak, crack him with the Tackle. Even if they evolve into Venusaur this turn, they'll still only be dealing 60, so I can get like some damage in with Geo plus repoisoning, and then the Tauros can hopefully come in and clean up. Thanks, Cillian. Gosh. A pile of Ericas and Butterfrees and Venusaurs could get us. But they need to have the Venusaur this turn. Oh, they don't have it. That's so good for me. Think I want to research here. Second Wheezing is lovely. I would love some points on here. Hillian with the 5 gifted as well. It's incredibly generous of you. Happy Tuesday. No big birthday plans today. I'll probably just go out to eat with the family after their extracurriculars are done today. Today was the kids' first day back to school after break, and their ice skating classes start back up this evening as well. So, Powdered Heal lets them put 20 off of here. Are they retreating this Ivysaur? If they retreat without a copy of Leaf, it'd be pretty bad for them. That is a full heal backup. They don't have Venusaur. They're still poisoned. Them not evolving yet means Tauros isn't threatening. And I think we just start using the Geos to get as much damage as possible here. They're going to 50. Technically dead. Ivysaur is technically dead on board here. Oh, they have the Leaf. Yep. They'll go back to 70 when they pass to me. Back to 60. Oh, they get to heal 22 as well, right? I think we're scuffed at this point. Oh, they're just putting the Venusaur up right away. Do they have a Giovanni? Go gets a nice drop. And to get to do Gas Leak. And to pull this out. To put the Tauros up. Get set back up like this. Crack for 120. And they take another bit. They're healing 50 per cycle, though. In the past, you've talked about other card games requiring you to do chores. Can you elaborate on what those look like and how they affect gameplay? Imagine if in order to get your daily missions done in Pokemon Pocket, you had a quest that said, retreat your Pokemon 20 times. Or attach 30 grass energy to your Pokemon. Or put Coughing into play 6 times. A lot of other card games require you very specifically play particular cards. I think we're just done at this point. Does double Mew hit do it? Maybe. They're already poisoned. We live a hit. And then if I draw my second Koga, I can bounce this and put Mew up and attack them. But they're going to heal. They're going to be at 130 next turn. Yeah, paralyze your opponent 7 times. Put them to sleep 6 times. Stuff like that. Whew, that's an Erica. I'm assuming Jeff has played Genshin TCG. I think Genshin TCG is great. There's just no content metrics around that game, so I can't really justify devoting time to it. But I had a ton of fun playing Genshin TCG. I think mechanically it's a really good game. This matchup also seems challenging for our deck, but again, Venusaur Butterfree is not really a deck you're going to run into in a tournament, so I don't know that I'm terribly concerned about it. We're grinding here a little bit, but ultimately, the old double Erica, double potion Butterfree, a little bit too tough to overcome. Yeah, Goga's tried his best, but it's not quite going to work out for us here. Wait, did I lie? Am I wrong? Oh my god, I can't believe we beat it all. Scratch all of that. I take it all back. Everything is fine. We've won the game. No, wait, I don't have enough healing, right? I forgot we didn't have a knockout point yet. I don't have any potions in my deck either, is the problem. The Butterfree cleans us. I got so excited we were finally gonna kill the Venusaur. It's actually not enough. I needed a potion. As someone who's brewed in a lot of games, it's often the case that decks that never have a chance against the good decks like Charizard and Mewtwo and Pikachu. Like, the opponent's deck is atrocious against all the good decks in the format. But our deck that's trying to be built to metagame those specific decks is going to have a hard time into it. So we get that. You get that kind of rock, paper, scissors style triangle where our deck is aiming to be good against these, and this is good against everything else here, and then these end up being good into us. Didn't want to make them have Geo, or am I bad at math? Butterfree does 60, and we were healing 260. There's a lot of regulars coming and asking about Snap since the new season for Snap today. I don't know. I almost feel like I shouldn't say this. It's going to cost me money. But if you're someone who's only here for Snap, I think you should probably take your support off of my channel and put it somewhere else that's making Snap content, just so I can see what those numbers look like. Because if I'm being honest, I'm having significantly more fun playing Pocket. And if I can keep my Twitch sub count up while playing Pocket, I don't imagine I'm going to go back to playing much Snap. Snap has been pretty frustrating in terms of gameplay, and the community sentiment around it has been really negative. And I would like to sit here and be happy playing Pocket. Even a game like that last one that's kind of polarized, not in my favor, and Pocket is more fun than the average Snap game, I think. Going second. I would love to play all my friends out here. Fire Energy. Blaine or Charizard, gamer? Rhino, thanks for the biddies. Jordu Adoshi, thank you for the gift subs. Appreciate it. All right, Charizard it is. It's not terrible. We've got our Mew here in the back line. We vibe on the Pokeball for a turn because we'll go ahead and divide the coughing to start. We don't want a Pokeball up the only coughing we could be divisioning into. This is a matchup where we'll probably power up Mew before Tauros. Well, I guess it depends on what they put on the bench, though. If they brick on their Charmander, we probably power up Tauros first. Thanks, TJ. Holy, all right, well, Weezing, please. Weezing, please. Yikes. All right, let's thin a basic and then take 2 draws and 11 cards that are Weezings here. Come on, dealer. And that's a brutal miss here because they hit 3 heads on their Inferno Dance. Ugh. We've died. I don't know that we're guaranteed dead, but we are probably mostly dead. If I hit Weezing this turn, we still have a shot. And just like my country, I'm young, scrappy, and hungry, and we're not throwing away this shot. All right, now we're dead. If I would have hit Weezing this turn, we would have been able to toggle poison and put second energy on Tauros. And then we would have had it down to 120 and been able to Koga out to have Tauros clear that there. We would have been able to play a real game, but unfortunately no Weezing in our top 13 cards means we're just done. Weezing decks are too reliant on drawing him, it feels bad. I mean, if that's the conclusion you came from that last game, you weren't paying attention, right? Like, you're right, in that last game, I specifically needed to draw Weezing, but I only needed to draw Weezing because they flipped literally 3 heads on their Moltres to not give us time to do anything else. In a game where they take even 1 more turn to get their Moltres online, my Tauros is active fast enough to be able to win the game. As always, context is key and the details matter. Don't just ignore them for the sake of being like, this is bad because this specific thing came up. Really surprised they put Mewtwo into the active slot with me powering up Mew here on the bench. So I'll do this. Will Weezing toggle poison, and then like next turn they have to retreat their Mewtwo here or we kill them. We get to energy Koga this back and then hit them with Side Drive. And if they switch to something else, I get to just tackle whatever else they put up and be in a pretty decent spot all the same. Alright, are we tucking tail or is this game over? Oh yeah, just actually dead on the spot. Ja. Qua. Use genome hacking only requires you to discard the energy if you have the exact type to discard. So because we have dark energy, we don't have psychic energy to discard. So it says discard 2 psychic energy. Oh, don't have any, doesn't matter. Now we're just done here, yeah? All right, second Gardevoir letting them attack this turn. Gives them some maneuverability here. Because they'll be able to retreat this and put the other one up and attack for 60, but I'll also be able to just Koga this back and put the new Weezing up at full. And they'll be right back around to the same spot. If you were playing a deck with only Pidgeot and Mew, what color energy would you select? Grass or water for the odd Blastoise? I would play all Psychic Energy, because I think the upside of getting in 20 damage chip shots with Mew is far higher than the upside of having water or grass energy randomly. Alright, Gamer, I can do this all day. I guess they could kind of do it all day as well, huh? They're gonna switch to Gardevoir and crack me for 60 again? Thanks for the 10 months. Welcome back. Psychic's not enough to drop the Weezing here. They need to bail. This is so greedy. You should just always assume You should just always assume Tauros decks have GL body gamers. So we're done here. Oh yeah, Leaf with the Mew also cleaned him out. Good point. Hey, thanks, Inglorious. Watchy, thanks for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Ooh, fighting stuff. So, this matchup has an interesting dynamic. Obviously, we have a bunch of stuff that, is weak to fighting. But at the same time, when poison gas from Gas Leak kills something, it doesn't trigger Marshadow's Revenge. Their Aerodactyl EX, if they have it right away here, is very good into our Coughing lead, though. Holy. It'll be a tough one. This is a matchup that's a concern for us. Spiced Eggnog, thank you for the Prime, appreciate it. How do we feel about Tempo Sabrina? I think I'm into it. Make them have an X speed here to use the Aerodactyl. If we buy a turn with this Sabrina, it would be really good for us to get the Tauros online, but they're definitely a 2x speed deck. So if you missed my meta report this week, the fighting decks actually stalled out pretty hard. They increased their metagame share a good bit. Oh, you know what? I should have researched first here, because I could have hit my 1x speed and not put my energy here. Oh my goodness. Forgot we're on 1x speed. The fighting decks increased their metagame share, but they stalled out overall in terms of performance. They got up to 6% starting share, but then we're only 5% of the top performers. So I wouldn't say that they're bad, but they're definitely not, like, dominating the format by any means. Dodge a Geo, we can dodge a ball. We dodged X speed. Wow, no Geo here is huge. Can I draw Koga? Unlucky. I'm out of basics. I'm out of basics. Alright, Gas Leak toggle here. And then, because they were missing the X speed and the Geo, our Tauros is now set up and ready to go here. If they clear the Weezing. Unfortunately, the way these breakpoints work, they won't die to the poison. The Tauros is going to clear them with the attack, so they're going to take 10 more on the swing here. To people that are confused why I retreated the coughing, Aerodactyl's primeval law says I can't evolve my active spot. Hey, Time Lord, thanks for the 6 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Flavor text jump scare. Yeah, basically. Okay, so they get to clear this on the back crack with the Mars Shadow. But then we're going to be 2-2. Do we send the duck into close? The problem with putting the duck up is it gets cleared by Primeape plus a Giovanni, which often these decks play 2. Usually they play at least 1, and they're through almost their entire deck at this point. I think I need to put Weezing up and just hope that we find one of our Kogas in our next 2 draws. I think I'm actually going to start powering up Mew here. Because Mew plus Giovanni clears Primeape in 1. And if they just attack Weezing this turn with Mars Shadow, Koga plus energy on Duck gets the knockout point next turn. So I think it's energy, X speed up to the Weezing. Or maybe it's Leaf. I haven't played any Leafs yet. Leaf could be useful into their second Sabrina, though. Well, I guess if they Sabrina again, I just put the Mew up again and then we're good. I'm going to use the Leaf just because I'm so choked on supporters. Lot of choices here. The fighting deck generates such good games of Pokemon Pocket. Win, lose, or otherwise. Am I dead to the Aerodactyl, though? I think because I put the Mew up, I'm dead to the Aerodactyl now, right? Did I need to put the Tauros up last turn? Maybe I needed to put the Tauros or the Farfetch'd up last turn. Yeah, I messed up. I needed to, Or are they attacking here? Okay, so they punted. My opponent was 100% to win this game if they would have just switched to the Aerodactyl, but now they're dead to the Koga. It's worth noting they would not have been 100% to win if I would have played better, though. I should have let Farfetch take the hit from this last turn because they couldn't Sabrina and Geo, and then my Mew would have been big enough to survive the Aerodactyl, but now they are dead to Koga plus Genome, so... I made a mistake to give them an opportunity to win, and then they made a mistake to give me the win back. So many choices in these games. A little bit of a punch show. The decks with a bunch of single knockout point Pokemon have such a Primeape plus Geo kills Farfetch. Yeah, Roger Gold, but they'd Sabrina. And so my choice that I made wrong was I put up the wrong thing in the face of a Sabrina. Because they couldn't Geo me the turn they Sabrina. And so I should have put the duck up because of that to keep damage off the Mew. Yeah, it's actually time to take an ad roll. I'll throw the deck list up on screen. We got about an hour till the tournament. I could see playing this one today. It feels pretty clean. I want to try one other thing in the hour we have before the event goes up. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Law, thanks for the brand new primer. That direct support helps me keep doing what I do here every day. Thanks for keeping me around. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Almost 600 viewers over there and only 278 like button pressers so far. Lay this one up for a second, and then I want to try Hitmonlee deck I had noodling around. I think Weezing is really underexplored post Mythical Island. Like, people will like put it with Scolipede and then like dropped it when that deck ended up being bad. The blue square icons represent flares on the cards, cosmetic effects. Attacks don't have types. Pokemon have types. So Mew's attacks are always a psychic attack. Hey, thanks, Entman. Good to have Snappers along for the ride as we enjoy some Pocket as well. So how to try this score? Idea here is straightforward. I think Tauros Mew is pretty good against Pikachu, Celebi, and Mewtwo. And then Hitmonlee gives us coverage into Gyarados, and Aerodactyl EX gives us coverage into opposing fighting decks. So I think the spread of Pokemon is potentially appealing. Messiah, thanks for the 27 months. Yeah, we actually tried Weezing Alakazam as the first deck today. And it's just so hard to justify playing 2 color inconsistencies and stage 2 inconsistencies. Just too much variance to overcome on average, I think. I think normal Aerodactyl is bait. You'd rather just play another copy of Mew? Uber, thanks for the 11 months. Jivey, just for reference, questions like the way you phrased that one are what we call a leading question, and I really despise when people project something onto me that I didn't say. So no, I did not say I wasn't a fan of Aerodactyl when it came out. If you go back and look, you'll hear me talk about how its Pokemon ability probably isn't relevant, and it will be good if its stat line and attack end up being good. And that is exactly how it's played out. Its Pokemon ability is largely flavor text. And its attack line and stat are the reason why we are playing it in Dex today. I mean, I just articulated that, Alex. Like, I think Mew and Tauros are good against Pikachu, Celebi, and Mewtwo. And Hitmonlee is good against Gyarados. Our lack of Leaf here is unfortunate. If we find a copy of Leaf, we might still have a shot here, because we'll get to Stretch Kick the Gyarados twice and then finish with the Tauros. But I need to draw Leaf this turn to keep energy on the Tauros. Yeah, I think if I have to spend 2 energy retreating here, the game is done. Actually. They have Vaporeon Leaf. Oh, they're a potion deck too. Yep. We have 2 Leafs that are at speed. Unfortunate for it to finally show up now. If they discard their own energy to Gyarados, the Sabrina might buy us enough time to be okay here. Big baby, though. They are 66% for Whirlpool to take one of their own energies, because they have 66% of the energy on the board. All right, they lost one of their own. If they still don't have a Leaf, we could win this game. Because I get to Stretch Kick the Gyarados, and then Tauros can finish. Oh, I guess the Vaporeon means it doesn't matter, right? Because they're going to get to move the energy to the Articuno? Yeah. It's too much to overcome there. I find it wild that Candy Crush is still running promos in 2025. I would have thought that game kicked the bucket years ago. Candy Crush net revenue. For reference, an article in September of 2023 reported that Candy Crush had made $20 billion with a B by that point in its lifespan. And that was 2 years ago. Candy Crush is literally one of the most profitable games in the history of gaming. games that have a more casual focus tend to reach a much wider audience, which is one of the many reasons why Pocket's going to be successful. It has the option to play casually. So Tauros for sure. Probably a singular Mew. This is going to be a power-up Tauros matchup for sure, though, against Exeggutor. It's a very stretchy boy, gamers. I already kicked the baby. Well, that would imply they don't have Exeggutor. You know, maybe I was supposed to, with the other Hitmonlee draw, maybe I was supposed to put the energy on Mew, so that way I could put Mew up and then retreat it to the other Hitmonlee to scramble the egg next turn. Kinda need an X speed here, or what's it called? Yeah. It's our avenue to victory from here. Feels like I don't have one. I really need an Aerodactyl draw into... Just real awkward. If we don't have Aerodactyl, we can't attack non-EX Pokemon very efficiently. Hey, Couch Boy, thanks for the 16 months. Welcome back. I don't really have a strong desire to play with Kangaskhan, if I'm being honest. Having your damage tied to flipping coins every single turn like that and having the chance to low roll nothing really just doesn't feel good. And the best thing about our latest expansion is not having to deal with it. Yeah, Kangaskhan is just kind of like the third best 100 hit point Pokemon behind these two now. And these two are just like better positioned overall. What it comes down to. Is Starmie EX the most consistent non-coin flip deck? I mean, Mewtwo and Pikachu are literally two of the best decks in the format. Why is 100 HP breakpoint good? I mean, part of it's good because of specifically Pikachu, but it's also good for a variety of other just like different damage spots in the format. If they leave the Mew up, it dies to this Giovanni. Seems pretty good for us. Having Tauros as a clean way to interface with Mew that is good into Mewtwo. One of the appealing parts of this configuration. We just do this now? Because what I can set up now is if they Mind Jack Druddigon twice to clear it, Mewtwo will finish this, and I can blue to not die to the Mew on the back crack. Though I suppose that opposing Giovanni blows that out. Put the other Druddigon up to play around a second Sabrina here. What does blue do? It prevents 10 points of damage to your Pokemon the following turn. What's the best way to run Celebi? I talk about that in my meta report this week. Check that breakdown out here. This, and then maybe we'll get another Tauros building. Not attacking. Yep, that's a choice. I wonder, am I supposed to build up the Mewtwo so we could side drive twice over 2 turns? Probably. Probably. For the 21 months, Birdman, welcome back. Yeah, so I think I want to put another energy on here. So that way, if they go Gengar EX... Oh, Gengar EX prevents me from playing blue, yeah? That's awkward. I think we're dead then. Yeah, we're just dead at this point. Because Gengar means I can't play blue to not die to the Mew. To all the regulars who keep asking what deck we're going to play in the tournament a little bit. When I lock in a deck, I'll put it in the stream title, my gamers. Just like every other day when we've played an event. I don't know what I want to play is the answer to your question. People that are confused why I'm leaving before they played the Gengar there, you are failing to understand how to think multiple steps ahead in Pokemon Pocket. I'm leaving that game because there's no route for me to get to victory. So I can leave even if they haven't put their card on the board yet, because every way that game plays out, I'm going to lose. Cody, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's very generous. Good morning. Not the eggs I wanted for Christmas. It's an egg. Assuredly, we hit one of our 3 Executors next turn, yes? Weird bit of lag there. Oh, my connection had a hiccup. Apologies. There's our friend. All right, so we'll do this here. We'll do this here. I go ahead and Budding Expeditioner to pull this Mew EX out. Slide this up. I think I'm chilling on playing the other Mew back out because I would like the flexibility to play another Executor out. Need a little bit of a low roll here for maybe 3 heads out of 8. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I'm gonna need my Execute to go into their Executor, but I might need 4 coins on this next turn. I just won't have another grass guaranteed here, so I think it's just this. Oh, hitting tails on that one means I need 2 heads out of 3 on Mew next turn. Right. I hate having to play Mew into Celebi. Such an annoying RNG. Surprised more people haven't played the Blastoise deck. It seems flexible and powerful. Someone else posted an 8-2 finish with it after I posted it. Most people entering tournaments aren't playing off meta decks, though. The big 3 generally represent like 50+% of the things people are submitting. Project X, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Drudigon Psychic Enjoyer here. Back on the bike for a minute. Alakazam, eh? Let's get running him down with the egg here. Thanks, RCB. Even if they have Alakazam here, it only deals 90 to Executor. And then we crack them into have Mew set up. Mew clears the Alakazam in one regardless, right? Does 150. So I think I'm going to go ahead and Sabrina up their Mew EX in the back and go ahead and get a Tropical Swing on there. So that way it's damaged. So they take out 2 knockout points, and then we're going to take our second knockout point and strip all their energy off. I need to hit another non-Mewtwo basic at some point to be able to play around Sabrina. But outside of that happening, we're in a pretty okay spot at the moment. In what matchups would you power up Mewtwo in this deck? I have no idea. The Mewtwo might be bad. This deck might be bad. Most of the decks we're going to try and play on this stream are probably not very good. In order to build actually good decks, you have to work your way through a lot of bad ideas that aren't going to work out. Yeah, so far the Mewtwo EXs have seemed like they're just worse than Tauros would be in a lot of spots that we've played so far. Love and execute. Oh, 3 energy deal 20 here. Yeah, I'm leaning towards submitting Weezing Tauros for the event this afternoon. We'll go energy here, executor here. Retreat this out. We went on a heads and we're still pretty far ahead even on a tails. Yolnir, thank you for the 22 months. Welcome back. Glad you're enjoying the pocket stuff. Executor adding some tension to the game here. Thankfully, even if we keep missing on these tropical swings, eventually Mewtwo's gonna be charged up and ready to blast, yeah? Gives us some inevitability here, which could be the appeal of it. Sleepy Dog, thank you for the 33 months. Welcome back. Okay here. All the bits of our deck working together nicely. These each cleaned out one, and now we're buying time, and like, even if we keep bricking out here, Mewtwo gives us that inevitability we really want. We're saving all of our heads for the tournament. Yeah, something like that. Very tactical. So, energy here. Leaf to pull this out. Side drive for the win. That was clean. Uh, 50 is the cap for account level. Hopefully they increase it next patch. Grass energy. Seen an egg off the top. Playing the other Mew out as Sabrina installation here. If they brick on Executor for one more turn, Mewtwo gets to Size Sphere. Rip. I need another Psychic under this so I can side drive them in 2 turns with Giovanni. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Alright, another Psychic's not bad. It means after we side drive, we'll have energy queued up here still. Erica's teed up for that. Although I suppose if they flip tails on this Executor, we'll probably put the Psychic here and pull this out. Giovanni themselves for the guaranteed, sure. Yeah, Buddy Expedition doing its best Koga impersonation for us this game. Infinite Conduct, thank you for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. Afternoon. Appreciate all the new support. Doing pocket stuff. Game's been a ton of fun. Great, and then with that, we're set up to just side drive twice now. So, fire the cannon. With the Leaf, I have to imagine we're done here. Even if they have a Sabrina, they can't tempo us out of attacking again next turn. Yep, there's their Sabrina, hoping for a little bit of tempo, and they're not going to get it. So, Mewtwo part of our deck really getting to shine there. Executor not showing up at all reasonable amount of time. Able to just stall with the Mew and the Buddy Expeditioner in order to get time to get blasted with this. Hey, Jake, thanks for the compliment. Glad you enjoy the vibes here. All right, let's get in one more game with this one. Then I think we'll need to run our ads and get our deck list submitted for the tournament starting in 12 minutes. Should have time to slip in one more, though, I think. The idea behind... Sellers, thanks for the 70 months. The idea behind our deck came to me because I was looking at the Executor Mew decks playing Celebi as their third Pokemon, and I was like, well, what if we cut the coin flip card and just played something more consistent instead as that third attacker? We had a little bit of inconsistency from the energy, but Execute fixes its own energy color problem some of the time. I don't know. This might be bait overall, but I think there's some merit to the deck building theory that this deck is trying to execute on. Nick Danger, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Sir Miss a lot, thank you for the 41 months. right. 2 EX eggs and 12 cards, eh? Yikes. Not a Sabrina them, but just trying not to get our eggs scrambled here. Oh, I forgot to Growth Spurt. It probably doesn't matter, but obviously strictly correct to put the energy on in a non-Alakazam matchup. All right, Misty says we're not playing a game anyways, huh? No, Gyarados! So you're saying there's a chance. Take a chance on me. Do. Executor! This lives a Gyarados in, so it's probably the one I want to put a thing on. All right, Drudicon was their draw for the turn, which means no Gyarados, no Greninja here. Assuredly, this research finds us an Executor. Yes, lovely. Lovely, lovely. Greninja is scary. Psychic Energy under there is solid for us. Okay. We're having a competition to see who could draw worse this match. Yeah, but it has 2 Gyarados and a research in their bottom 8 here. We've recovered for our bad draw a little bit faster than them, but at the same time, once they find Gyarados, they're going to be winning harder than we are, right? I think I'm just clearing their Greninja here. It's close, though. I already burned my Sabrina for tempo earlier. Alright, did they hit the 3 out of 7 to finally find their Gyarados is the question. Doesn't look like it. Holy. Now they're 50% to find it next turn. 8 energy between 2 Magikarps. To be fair, 3 of those came from a Misty. To everybody saying I should not attack, my opponent was only a coin flip to draw Gyarados there, and if I hit a single heads over 2 turns, they lose the game, so I should attack. An awkward, silly game. All right. I don't know if I'm sold on playing this one in the tournament. I think we're going to submit the Weezing deck. I'm going to pull that one up on screen here while we run our ad break. The tournament games will be starting in about 5 minutes. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Watch it on the YouTube side. Don't forget to tap the like button on the live stream. Got more watchers than like button pressers. We can push that up, I would wager. Am I happy with this? I think I'm happy with this. I can see a world where I want an extra Mew, but I think I'd have to give up a Tauros or a Farfetch. I don't think I'm interested in doing that, so let's play these 20. Was both the most exhilarating and boring game at the same time. Accurate. Ball. My kingdom for this application to have the ability to export from the client wholly. That would be nice. Mew, Koffing, Weezing, Farfetch, Tauros, X-Speed, Pokeball, Research, Koga, Geo, Sabrina Leaf. Deck list submitted. Lovely, lovely. All right, we're gonna play this one for the event, huh? Starts in 2 minutes. Someone said, can I see the deck list you were playing before? Yeah, I can throw the Mewtwo deck up. Now that like leaving the deck up as you're filling out the registration form. Yeah, it's so much easier to audible between things in the digital setting for sure. Thanks, Tinkerbell. Yeah, the Decador needs a lot of quality of life improvements. Has a lot of issues. I love me a tournament that cues and fires right away. I don't love me a tournament where we queue into Gyarados. Most of the decks I enjoy have mediocre Gyarados matchups. Gyarados is 14% of the metagame. Sucks to hit that round one. I would wager we're one of the Gyarados deck's 70% matchups. I don't think Weezing is enough to apply pressure even if we hit it right away. We can't clear the Gyarados in one. Not 0%, you are correct, but pretty close to it. Yeah, maybe Duck plus Sabrina can steal sometimes. They play 6 basics though, so it's pretty unlikely. Gyarados has had a pretty level play rate. It's been floating between like 10 to 15% since the second week. You played the Gengar deck from your off-meta video from the other day. Yeah, it felt pretty bad. I'd be surprised if Gengar is a competitive card in general. Maybe we'll get the no-show. We have 4 minutes. They have 4 minutes to check in. Pedro, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Looking at this list, my first thought is, when are we getting full art research? Mood. I really wish they would pick the 1-star full art Pokemon better. It's really sad that they put a lot of them on unplayable cards. Wish more of the competitive cards had full art options. Sandalite, Salandit, yeah. My full art Farfetch'd. My full art Tauros, full art Drudagon. Every card should have a full art option. I honestly agree with that, Tron. Give me all the cosmetics to chase. You definitely get to spear people hunting for it. I'm not the only big Snap creator that's currently on a break from playing Snap. Basically, every Snap creator who's full-time, even if they haven't taken a break, has diversified into other games around it. And, like, community sentiment around Snap is definitely at an all-time low in the time the game has existed. How many cities would burn if set 2 is just different versions of the Kanto Pokemon? I'd be shocked if that was the case. I expect we'll get, like, new Onix to go with Steelix and, like, new Scyther to go with Scissor, but I'd be surprised if we got that many repeats. What's going on with Snap? The stuff around Snap is, like, a culmination of a number of things. Their economy has some pretty big structural issues. And I think their release cycle just has proven it really doesn't work for a card game the later it's gotten. Opponent checked in with 1 minute to spare. All right, let's get our stuff pushed in here. Wouldn't be surprised to get another EV, because I assume evolutions are coming. Yeah, I agree. No, that's part of it too. The way their content releases line up, the gameplay doesn't feel meaningfully different with new cards ever. I'm not sure if that's actually beneficial to us or not. Something noteworthy here from our opponent is that they have one copy of Leaf and one Sabrina. Instead of the 2 copies of Leaf, still playing the 2 Misties, no red card or anything like that to play around. If they don't have a 3rd basic here, which they do, our Sabrina could have been good. So these games will basically 100%, that's super unfortunate, are basically going to 100% come down to, does my opponent have their evolutions or not? I think the games where my opponent's deck is remotely functional are going to be very difficult for us to win. The Gyarados deck has incredibly polarized matchup tables, and I would bet our deck is one that's polarized in their favor. I'm drawing the 1 coughing out of 15 cards before we can division is a punch to the gut in otherwise already challenging game. Yeah, I should wait to play that out, actually. The Giovanni here does give the Weezing a 2-turn breakpoint into the Druddigon. They take 10, they take 10 on the backswing, and then we Giovanni plus Poison clears them out again next turn. So the 17 months Ghost. They have Greninja on curve here, so even if they didn't have the Gyarados, we'd be in trouble. Are polarizing matchups healthy for the game? I think they exist in every card game, but no, I don't think they're remotely healthy. I think one deck in the format having super polarized matchups is like not a big deal. If it was like every game you were playing, it would be pretty terrible, but well, it's very psi-inducing to queue into Gyarados when you're 30% into it. Like, not every game you play is like that. Get to clean this out. I actually completely disagree with the idea that it's impossible to avoid having polarizing matchups in your card game. We don't have any route to victory from here, right? Yeah, we can just go next. I mean, not having polarized matchups doesn't mean there's no variance. It's just there's a big difference between your matchup being 45%, 55%, or even 60-40, and your matchup being 70-30. What do you mean by polarizing matchups? A polarized matchup is a matchup where one deck wins the matchup a significant portion of the time. 70+%. When you look at the matchup table for the Gyarados decks, most of the matchups it has, it is 70% to win or 30% to win. It doesn't have a lot of in between. No red card, no reason to play a Tauros out here and get potentially Sabrina'd by it. Sabrina'd it out. Oh. We draw Weezing next turn, we could maybe have a shot. Them having plenty of basics to make our Sabrina not do anything feels bad, but is what it is. No Weezing on curve here means the game's probably done at this point. We'll need their Gyaradoses to be like their bottom two cards, and even then it's going to be a challenge, I think. I mean, hitting bad variants the matchup or 20% to win anyways is whatever. Save our good beats for the matches where we can actually have a reasonable shot at winning. I think even if we have our best draw possible, we lose to their average draw. So the out here is their Gyarados discards its own energy, and then my Mew discards their Gyarados' energy, so they can't Rampaging Whirlpool again. So I basically need to win 2 coin flips in a row here to have a shot. All right, there's the first coin flip. This is why we started building the Mew up. So we could attempt to win 2 coin flips in a row here. They can Misty still, sure thing. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, lizard on a chair, take my hand. We'll make it, I swear. Do-do, be-do-do-do-do, be-do-do-do-do. And they notably only have 1 copy of Leaf in their deck, so if they want to retreat this, they're going to 0 energy. Say hello to my little friend. Is that a good draw, chat? If so, why? Please explain. So, you're saying there's a chance? On. Watch Misty hit 4 heads here and just like end the game on the spot. Phew. I leaf over X speed that slot because I have a ton of supporters in my hand, and there might be a turn in the future where I want to X speed plus play another supporter. Are we gonna lose this game despite all of it? I think we are. Just to emphasize how blisteringly bad this matchup is. I don't think I have any way to get to a win here. If they play this properly. Yeah. Our hope here is we Sabrina and they put up the Gyarados. I shouldn't have poisoned them. I needed to put up the Gyarados though. Did they put up the Froakie? We're dead. Yep. Why are we dead here? We're at 1. Because they're gonna hit this twice over 2 turns, and I can't do anything to stop them. We hit Greninja, they have to retreat, and then we Sabrina them. And then they have the Gyarados to put up, gamers. Like, truly, if you're someone that doesn't understand why I have 0 outs there, that is an excellent game for you to take a screenshot of and figure out why we're dead. Like, that is a perfect example of how you need to be thinking multiple turns ahead and not just looking at, okay, how do I not die the next turn? The number one mistake people who are inexperienced at card games are making when they're playing Pocket is they are not thinking about, they're simply thinking about how do they not die next turn. They're not thinking about how do I win the game eventually. Yeah, you can't just be thinking how do I not die next turn. You have to be thinking about how does my play this turn, which makes me not die next turn, turn into a win. We're not playing Budding Expeditioner. We don't have room for it with the Kogas and the other stuff. Yeah, you have to play to have a winning line. You can't simply play to not lose. Is a big mistake that people people spend way too much time focusing on how do I not lose the game, and they never form a game plan in their mind of how do I make plays from here that end in me winning the game. I like how I talked through how none of the choices I had matter there and we always lose, and someone's like, well, but I think maybe this was it. Don't think maybe and then post about it in my chat. Be certain and tell me with certainty why you're correct, because you're wrong. It didn't matter where I used the poison. I think we open on Execute here. They're dark. Yeah, definitely open on Execute against a dark deck. We'll put the Psychic Energy on Mewtwo since we have a Grass guaranteed if we draw Executor next turn. You're wrong, Slacker. They literally, we could poison and then retreat to Farfetch'd, which does 50 to the Froakie, and then they retreat the Froakie to the Gyarados. And then we're out if we don't have another Sabrina to draw. And then the Gyarados I can't kill the following turn, and they get to clear the Mew with the Greninja. I only had 2 turns because I had no Budding Expeditioner and no Potion, and we die. The Mew dies in 2. Sabrina's super unfortunate here. Boxor, thank you for the 39 months. Welcome back. Hoping for another Executor, so that way we can insulate against another Sabrina. Oh! Mew with the Expeditioner insulates us against another Sabrina. That's sweet. Interesting interaction. Haven't had that one before. We're just dead to Pidgeot EX, unfortunately, yeah. It could be it could be Baby Pidgeot, yeah. We played a deck with a bad Gyarados matchup against Gyarados, yep. Arbok could maybe get us, I suppose. Actually, is this 100%? If I put the energy here and retreat to the Mewtwo, I Psy Sphere this turn to get a knockout, and then Psy Drive next turn can claim lethal with the Sabrina. They would need 2 Pidgeot EX. Or they would need Pidgeot EX plus plus a Giovanni. Oh, you know what might have been right? I technically could have played around Pidgeot EX plus Giovanni by putting up Mew and then Budding Expeditioning it back to my hand. But that loses to Arbok plus Sabrina or Arbok plus Baby Pidgeot, so maybe it's right to save that. I can't play around every possible combination here, so I think playing around Sabrina plus playing around Drive Off or Sabrina plus Arbok is the better play. Ha. Now I die to Pidgeot EX if I don't put the Executor up. But if I put the Executor up, I can't win the game. Huh? I wish I could see. I actually really hate that I can't. Oh my goodness. I couldn't see how many cards are in my deck and know that we're guaranteed to draw Leaf next turn. I was just about to say it's so frustrating when you're in that spot that you can't look at what's on top. Although, against Arbok, this play is ideal. Budding Expeditioner gets us the win. Oh my gosh, they had both and they punted. They wanted to do the cheeky thing and lock us in. Well, did they know they're actually locked in the room with me? They had it all, and we got him anyways. Good night, sweet prince. Couple of folks who asked during that game if we're playing this deck in the tournament. We are not. You can always see what deck I'm playing in the tournament in the stream title. And we play other things in between rounds. We need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some Twitch ads roll. I think we'll have time to play one more with this when we get back, and then the next round should be up with the Weezing deck. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, I mean, Gyarados is only about 14% of the decks registered today. Statistically, we're expected to hit it once in 7 or 8 matches. It sucks to play a deck that's going to have a polarizing matchup that's negative into Gyarados, but I'm not just going to play Zebstrike and Hitmonlee decks 5 days a week, which are the only options you have to not have a polarized matchup there. This is an official Pokemon shirt. It came from a pop-up Pokemon Center in London when their Worlds tournament was there in 22. Christy was not a fan of the noisy shirts. I would like to think she's grown to love them in time, though. Oh, 20 more seconds of cardio. Then we're standing up. All of our friends here in the opener is lovely. And this card has a retreat cost of 2. That's so atrocious. I guess it's one of the top bad cards. I just haven't really played any games with that people always ask about. And maybe we'll get around to it eventually, but it's just so mid. Am I assuming I draw Psychic Energy eventually, or do I just invest in here? I think it's just assumed we hit Psychics eventually. I might pivot where we put this next energy if we don't have a Psychic underneath it. Executor gonna just tropical swing across the countryside. He don't care about no weaknesses. Another grass will pivot here to the Mew EX. Panda Sushi, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. So we Erica this turn, so that way if we lose the flip, we don't go down to an Arcanine. Casual 6 grow, just 2 color deck problems. Average Pokemon Pocket experience, really. Hey, Squirty, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. Executor EX just solo farming him down while we have no psychic energy in sight. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. Lost like 12 50-50s that game. Missing psychic energy and missing executor coins. Just didn't matter because Egg Boy's that good. Hey, welcome to a live tournament stream for the first time, Spiral Shark. When I'm playing a tournament, we do not play the same tournament deck between rounds. That way people who are poking in and out can know when we're playing a tournament match versus know when we're playing random queues in between just to fill in content. So the Weezing deck will be up when we're playing tournament rounds. We'll be playing other things in between. We might not have time to finish this next game if the next round pairs right away. We'll see. There's still 3 matches outstanding, so it might roll over. Why are you playing the event when you've already completed it? Because it literally doesn't matter. They're a fighting deck. If they're on Primeape, they could scramble my egg right away here. Ooh, a bad fighting deck instead of a good one. With a grass energy guaranteed next turn, I was going to start building Mewtwo up, I think. With this first Psychic. Growth spurt here. We'll see. There's a chance we live to regret this. Still goes down in one heads to Executor EX because of weakness. All right. Unfortunately, we got to bounce out here. Or, I'll wait and see if my opponent checks in. If they check in, we'll bounce out. Always growing. I think I'm chilling on putting another thing on my bench for now. Well, they just have 2 golems? They must, yeah. Play a tournament round. We're playing against the fighting deck. Hey, Dark Rider, thank you for the nice resub. I appreciate the 69 months. They are notably not playing the Primeape build, so Marshadow and Aerodactyl get super effective attacks into us, but Hitmonlee and Farfetch'd do. He says, thank you for the 11 months. They have the Aerodactyl right away. It's pretty bad for our Weezing deck. I have Leaf at least to shuffle around. They'll brick for a turn, but they're halfway through their deck because of their Pokeballs and research, so pretty likely that they have it, unfortunately. I'm actually going to decline Pokeball and Research this turn just because I don't want to get my value with the division, I think. Could be wrong. Like, if they Aerodactyl, I want a Leaf next turn. That implies they have Aerodactyl. Yeah. So again, this Aerodactyl here means that I cannot evolve my my active Pokemon. So I'm gonna need to evolve on the bench here and then retreat back into it. If I put first energy on Tauros this turn, next turn they hit this down to 10. I put second energy, they clear it, and then I get my last energy. We'll put this up here for now. It is noteworthy that our opponent's deck is playing 2 copies of Giovanni. So if they have one of those, they can clear this next turn, but okay spot. No, 60-ish% for them to have it here. They need X speed along with it as well, so they need 2 2-ofs here to put us in a bad spot. There's the first of them. You have the second as well. Yeah, I think that unfortunately means this game is over. We're not going to be able to kill the Aerodactyl with poison. It's going to get knocked out by a Tauros hit. I guess they need... I guess they technically need second Giovanni here, which they are playing, but it's not a guarantee. I guess they could have Sabrina as well, huh? Yeah, very, very likely just dead here. Them having first evolution advantage was huge here, in addition to their other combination of cards. It's interesting how frequently the fighting deck flips the dynamic of who wants to go first versus second. So Sabrina means they take a knockout here. Geo means they take a knockout here. And then even though my Tauros can clear this, their Marshadow will be teed up on the back to clean us out. So they put the energy on the Marshadow here, and then this game is over. And someone in DMs asked me if Jeff pays his mods. You tell them I do all the moderating. I give people moderator swords as a status symbol. Hey, we have first evolution advantage. Let's see if we can find our Weezing to go with it. Pokeball before we research, since we're looking to draw stage 1s. That's Weezing. They're on 2 copies of Sabrina and 0 copies of red cards, so I'm just not playing my bench Pokemon out here. Don't want them to get stretch kicked either. Hey, Brosnan. Thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Personally, from an education perspective, I think it would be better to play out likely losing scenarios so people can learn better. So there's your misconception. And maybe I could articulate it better, but what I'm conceding in spots like the game before this one where I left, it wasn't a likely losing scenario. It was a game was deterministically over, and I should stop playing it because I have no lines that allow me to win the game. And again, that disconnect a lot of people have from lack of forward thinking in Pocket is one of the places where they really struggle. Pocket's a game where if you want to be successful, you need to not just be thinking about what does your next turn look like, you need to be thinking about what do your next 3 turns look like? How is the average sequence of the game going to play out over the next couple of turns? This game is very chess adjacent in that you could often look at the game and go, okay, I have mate in 3, or I have mate in 2, or I have mate in 4. And sure, if you're extra super freaking sweaty, you could say, Jeff, my opponent could always make a mistake. And sure, they could, but like when the lines to win the game deterministically are super straightforward and easy to execute, it's really not worth wasting everyone's time to make them go through it. Royal Assassin, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Welcome back. And Nightstar, thank you for the almost 3 years. So you're right. Your opponent disconnecting or having a meteor hit their house is always an out, but like realistically, most people who are playing like functionally in the rest of the game, giving them the benefit of the doubt that they're going to take the easy, obvious line over the next 2 turns is, like, very reasonable. I actually don't think it's beneficial to play out losses for educational purpose, because losses never make it into YouTube videos because people watching YouTube highlights don't want to see decks lose. And from a testing perspective and getting a feel for my deck that I want to play in a tournament, spending an extra half hour playing a bunch of games I'm going to lose deterministically cuts into my ability to play that deck more and get a better feel for how it actually plays out overall. So it's not remotely an efficient use of the time. It's funny. I knew discussions like this. We used to have discussions like this all the time when I played Magic the Gathering as well, because traditional TCG players absolutely love to just waste everyone's time, including their own, hanging out in games where they've deterministically lost. In Marvel Snap, because the stakes are getting raised, it makes sense for people to leave a lot of the time, so it doesn't come up there because someone's raising the stakes a lot of time, and then you just retreat because it's tactically correct. But people are really bad at figuring out those next couple of turns, understanding when the game's functionally done and they should move on. Yeah, exactly, Lord Vader. I'd rather play more games overall rather than play to the out of my opponent disconnecting. Want to start getting Tauros charged up here as a way to counter their Aerodactyl in the back. Yeah, I actually think Pokemon Pocket games tend to be a lot more deterministic than draw variants and then Magic games on average. And you'll see me sit there and play out games when, like, for example, what's the good comparison? When, like, there's a Celebi or a coin flipped or an Executor involved, like, see how the non-deterministic coin effects play out. And that's, like we've talked about in the past, one of the reasons why coin flips are so important in a game like Pokemon Pocket is they create tension and uncertainty. It's crazy how many times you've had to explain this. It seems like a simple thing to grasp. A lot of people don't think multiple turns ahead in these types of games. They are literally just pushing buttons, for lack of a better term. Speaking of, what does my button pushing look like here? I guess they have to have an X speed or a leaf next turn to pull the Mars Shadow out. I think I want to pressure it with the Wheezing. The question in my mind is, so like, again, thinking multiple turns ahead here. Let's say they have the X speed to retreat to the Aerodactyl, and then they clear Wheezing, and then I put Tauros up and crack them down to 20, and then what's my game plan right now to clear the Aerodactyl after it clears Wheezing and Tauros? I'm not sure that I have a good one. I guess Farfetch comes in and cleans up after the fact. And the hope is they don't have enough time to get Mars Shadow set up, but I think the back and forth on that works out that they have enough time for Mars Shadow, right? Because they go first energy here, they clear this. I Tauros them, they go first energy on here, and then by the time Farfetch clears this, they have 2 energy on here ready to crack back. But this all assumes that they have a leaf or an X speed here, which is the tension. Like, right, there's uncertainty. If we know they have X speed or leaf, it looks like they have enough set up over the course of the next few turns to win this game deterministically. But we're not leaving in this instance because if they don't have it, we get to play a game, and it's not deterministic. But if they go switch this out and then put an energy on this next turn, I no longer have lines that allow me to win the game. And those are the types of things you want to think about, right? So I sit there and I count back and forth what happens in the 2 different situations, and I come to the conclusion, okay, it doesn't look like I can do anything if they have the X speed / leaf. Okay, and they don't have the X speed or leaf here, so now the dynamic of this game changes because they're missing on that, because at this point, they no longer have the Mars Shadow to power up in the back. So they could have another Mars Shadow here, which would be bad for me. Because they play 2 of them. But I don't really have any lines to play around that here. You know, just take this clear. So now they need a Mars Shadow with an energy on it, and then they've got us. Makes it pretty likely. 7 cards in the deck? 7 cards, not super likely. Second Aerodactyl would also get us. Do we ever Koga and take a point with healthy Wheezing? I can't evolve Wheezing in the active slot because of the Aerodactyl gap, which makes the Kogas worse. Yeah, Aerodactyl is unironically really good against Wheezing. And not just because it hits for 100 for 2, but because of Primeval Law's effect. Alright, we need their second Aerodactyl to be in their bottom 5 cards here. Is it too much hindsight to charge Mew over Tauros in this matchup? I mean, if I would have put Mew up here with 3 energies on it, they would win the game when they knock out Mew, because Mew gives up 2 knockout points. So we end up in a very, very similar spot. Long pause here hopefully means that opponent has not drawn Aerodactyl. But they've also just been taking their good sweet time, so they could just have it and want to make sure they don't mess anything up. I will say, win, lose, or otherwise, playing against these fighting decks generates some really satisfying games of Pokemon Pocket. Oh, did they draw the Marshadow? No, they drew Hitmonlee. Interesting. Okay. Are we stretch kicking by coughing? Oh, the Farfetch'd. Sure? Question mark. So I put up Farfetch'd, I crack the Hitmonlee, and then their Farfetch'd clears my Farfetch'd. We take a Sabrina for a point. Is that useful? I guess it is. Is it though? Yeah, I guess it's fine. And it lets me charge Mew. Maybe that's good enough. It means the duck dies here though is the problem. Oh, and then I missed lethal. No, I needed one more energy. Okay, yeah. Once I take my second point and get this charged up, they can't put Hitmonlee back up because we can stretch kick their back line. Okay, this is fine. I think they bricked enough that we're actually gonna win this game. Because now they're only on one knockout point, and they can't. I couldn't put Mew in with 3 energy this turn, so I didn't miss lethal. But next turn, if they put Hitmonlee up, I could stretch kick them. Yeah, now Mew is game winning next turn, no matter what they put up. We're gonna get a game 3. Curran, thank you for the 3 years. But excited about the Pocket tournaments. They've been a lot of fun to play in. Like I said, these types of games, win, lose, or otherwise, there's so many back and forth and good choices. I think this fighting deck is such a great deck to have be a meta deck. No copies of Potion or any sustain for the opponent. All right, we lost game 1, so we're going to game 3 here. One stretchy gamer, please. Really good game. Good back and forth, good thinking ahead. I think communicating with my opponents via emotes in games like Pokemon Pocket and Marvel Snap and others almost never adds positive value to my life and frequently makes me feel more annoyed. I hope they never add them to Pokemon Pocket, or if they do, they give me the option to permanently mute them. Shadow's not an ideal opener for them, but Mew's also not an ideal opener for us. Freaking yikes. Welcome to a live one, Alex. Well, we have another research at least that could hopefully salvage our Brick Tan, but our hand is pretty scuffed here to start. I'm actually gonna Professor's Research before I Pokeball here, because I kinda want to draw 2 basics. Gonna be leafing out next turn anyways, so this is fine. That aggressive use of Sabrina could imply that they have a second copy in their hand. Who do I want to put my next energy on here? I'm definitely doing this. I'm definitely leafing back to the Weezing. And the question is, where does my energy this turn go? I think it's Mew. It's probably Tauros. They have the old Amber queued up. That's close, though. Putting the energy on Tauros is a little scuffed if they, have, yeah, maybe that's wrong. If they find a Hitmonlee, the energy on Tauros is probably wrong. I hadn't played a Hitmonlee out yet, but they know I'm not on red cards. There's reason to conceal that as a card that they have until the last possible minute. Hey, Ben, thanks for hanging out. If they don't retreat the Mars Shadow, they lose it. I think that hit implies they don't have Geo. But the fact that I didn't play this last turn means that I can't evolve it into Weezing, which is a mistake. I should have played this out. I think I'm in a spot where I have to hope to draw my other Weezing now. If I would have played this out last turn, I could have Koga'd, put the Mew up, evolved this, and then X-speeded into this to attack with it. They have Geo plus Farfetch'd. Yikes. Opponent navigated this game really well. I don't know where we go from here. Think we're done. Not playing the coughing out the previous turn and then losing to Duck plus Geo. Yeah, I think we're done. If there's any lines here, I think this deck's headed for the trash heap. Yeah, GG's opponent. Opponent played that set really well. Had some good back and forth. I make one different decision in that game, we maybe have a shot, but I think it was going to be a struggle regardless, because even if I play the coughing out, they would have had the Giovanni for the Aerodactyl to clear my Weezing, and then I still end up in a tough spot. Why didn't I play the coughing? Because I had Farfetch'd in my hand, and it was possible that I would have wanted to play Farfetch out in that last bench slot instead. When you have more than... You have 4 different basics, there's value in having that happen sometime. I mean, I don't think that tournament had anything to do with luck. I mean, the first round was a bad matchup, sure, but the second round, I made a couple of mistakes, and our deck's probably just a little bit underpowered. Yeah, I'll try something else tomorrow. It's only 1 o'clock. Speaking of trying something else tomorrow, should we start working on finding that something else? We should start working on finding that something else. Riddler, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. What's the plan with the Charizard deck into Mew? Kill them with Tauros? Or kill them with Druddigon? Afternoon double poke. I'll evolve this just so we don't randomly get cracked by what's it called? A non-EX Wiggly? lamenting how scary playing water energy is, like Charizard doesn't have 4 colorless symbols in his energy box. Is lovely. Bail out here. Slide the other Druddigon on the bench. That way, their Sabrinas are a little bit less impactful. Honestly, it might make sense to build up the Tauros here, because Tauros with a single rough skin hit clears Wiggly buff. Oh no! Don't sleep my Druddigon! How will I ever win the game now? Yeah, with running waters here, I think we power up Tauros, because Tauros with Giovanni and a Druddigon hit clears the Mewtwo EX in the back here as well. I think Melmetal is very good in this Druddigon Tauros shell. Was in the off-meta Dex Roundup that spiked a tournament this past week, and we played it a bit on stream. Think it's solid for sure. I think this Druddigon, Tauros, 2 Giovanni, 2 Leaf package can fill in the last Pokemon slot in a lot of different ways, and I don't remotely have any idea what's optimal with it. Topped that tournament with Blastoise inside of this package, and I want to explore a bunch of different options. I think Blastoise and Melmetal are the 2 I've liked the most so far. It's definitely somewhat appealing to have a attacker letting the Druddigon attack with 2 colors worth of energy. Charizard does 60 on its 3 energy attack. Need deck building tips. Beg, borrow, steal. Look at other decks that are successful and ask yourself what makes them tick. Don't build decks from scratch. Start by modifying other good decks and understanding why they work the way they do. I like how they've given up on... They've given up on attacking with the Jigglypuff. They're just like, yep. Alright, so now the plan here is we'll power up the Druddigon and we'll swap in this Druddigon and clear this, and then they'll be forced to clear, and then Tauros will clean back. I think is the game plan here. Alright, so we'll put energy on here. So we're ready and rearing to go. So this has definitely been 16 turns of Pokemon Pocket. For sure, for sure, for sure. 16 turns of Pokemon Pocket have occurred on your screen. They're basically checkmated. Yeah, I think so. With the Giovanni in tow here, I get to do this, and then I get to Giovanni and clear the Florges. Like, alright. You want to put your Mewtwo up? Because if you put your Mewtwo up, my Tauros is going to clean the clock on that one back, so you have second Giovanni. Wiggly, wiggly. And then Wiggly's the same story, right? Like Sleepy Song. I need the Charizard. The Charizard was just here for moral support and inevitability. No cards left to draw. That's fine. We're done here. Good night. Hey, look, a Charizard deck that can win without drawing Charizard, gamers. Slow and steady. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. Let's throw the deck list on screen. This is one of those Tauros Drudagon decks that I've been enjoying a whole heck of a lot of. Seeing if Charizard can fit as the third Pokemon line here. So here's the deck list. We'll see you in 120 seconds for some more games with it. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. So the Marvel Snap season just rolled over. And I just opened Twitter, and this is the first thing at the top of my timeline. Just rolling. I popped into the Marvel Snap channel yesterday in the Subs Discord server to see what people were talking about. And they were talking about how Mobius M. Mobius counters the new season pass card, and I was just like, yeah, okay, we're gonna keep playing Pokemon tomorrow. For those who aren't Marvel Snap players, you understand what's happening. This is a new card that just released, and this is a counter card that made it no longer have a text box. Marvel Snap is someone asked about the polarization of the Gyarados matchup earlier. Like, most games of Marvel Snap involve polarization like that. There's a lot of alright, we just get blown out now type stuff like this. It's like, alright, my stuff doesn't function anymore. We tried. Logiston, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Thanks, Mark. Did you ever give the Bullfrog deck a go at a tournament? Yeah, it was actually the first deck I played at a tournament right after Mythical Island released. You can see some games with it on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel if you scroll back. Yeah, I really like the experience of tech cards being like a type advantage where I get plus 20 damage, or Tauros or Mew. They're like counter effects that like build up over the course of the game that you can maneuver around. They don't just like blow you out in one go. You're like, all right, well, we're done here. I have been logging into Snap to claim my gold pass and buy new cards, but I haven't been playing any actual games. This shirt came from an official Pokemon Center. Worlds 2022. I was there, part of their broadcast team for Pokemon Unite. Picked this and some other things up. I bet this matchup can be tough for us. Decks that have 0 EXs making our Tauros less good, I think, are challenging, but Charizard's a good hitter, and Druddigon actually attacks solid here as well, so we'll see how this plays out. Yeah, I think that's a great way to articulate it, Wake. In Pokemon Pocket, cards that are counter cards let you hedge a matchup rather than full-on silver bullet it. I think is a really kind of perfect way to put the difference between Pocket and something like Snap. A lot of for my Magic players out there, a lot of Snap's tech cards feel like Rest in Peace or Stony Silence. It's possible I want to play this Tauros out just as Sabrina insulation here. Although I suppose if I draw another Charmander, there could be value in making this another Charmander buildup. To play or not to play? I'm pretty sad if they play Sabrina, so I think I'm playing Tauros. And thank you for the 11 months. I really don't take notes on what goes on during my games. When you see my notepad open when I share my center screen, it's me noting down which matches might be good for the editor to cut highlights of. I'm gonna hold the Charizard for now, because there could be value in using it to heal a poison, depending on how the game ends up lining up. Hey, what's going on, Dannon? Thank you for the over 6 years. Life's good. We've been on a Pokemon kick lately. Pocket's super sweet. Been having a lot of fun with it. I have a lot of community-run tournaments, which rekindled my love of competing a little bit. If they ever printed a 40 HP Magikarp, what would that do to the matchup spread? I assume that would make it so it has mostly good matchups and few bad matchups. It would make the deck pretty overpowered, a 40 HP Magikarp. What's going on, Boogie? Welcome to a live one. I think the two obvious things we want from the first big expansion at the end of January are Dark and Steel EX Pokemon. Those two types are very explicitly not fleshed out in the current card pool, and I would be shocked if we don't get more stuff for them soon. And are they planning to just, like, full poison down this Druddigon? It feels like they might be. Am I leafing and attacking for 90 next turn? I think it could be worth exploring Flareon as the third Pokemon in this deck archetype, yeah. I think we're fine just stalling them out with Charizard building up. Maybe I should have put all my energy on Charizard if that was going to be my plan, though. So if they just pass back here, I could Charizard clear the Weezing? And then they're out of ways to poison on board? But that would take all my fire energy off the Charizard, so I don't know if that's good, and I don't have a second leaf to pull it up. These Druddigon Tauros shells are super fun because they make people play the game in a really weird manner. Like, you get a lot of games with these decks that are just, like, kind of head-scratchers all around. Another fire energy and an X speed here gives me some options. Yeah, I think I'm actually just Charizard Leaf and then burn the Weezing down here. The stage 1 could poison my Charizard, that is true. Are the EX versions of Pokemon mechanically different? They are. Do I X speed and then just Geo here? I think so. Get my Charizard out while it's healthy. What's going on, Crunchy? Thanks for the 14 months. Love these Druddigon Tauros decks. They are so much fun. So much interesting bobbing and weaving around. Trying to figure out the optimal places to put your energy and the optimal places to use your leaves. There's so many choices. It's all I want out of life, chat. There's a bunch of really interesting choices while I play my card game. You just trying to like take a point on the way out the door here? Copy of Leaf so they won't even get that. Druddigon getting to do some heavy lifting with its attacks these games in tandem with Charizard. I really love the builds that can play both colors of energy for him. Jazzicles, thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh my gosh, please lead on an execute. Please lead on an execute. They've got grass energy, chat. Bulba. Have you played Greninja as the 3rd line in this deck? Yeah, that's the original one. Let's put up some results, and I've got videos of it on the YouTube channel. That's fine. It's a solid build for attacking with 2 colors. Maybe we'll have to run that back at one of the tournaments this week. It is a solid build that has a lot of choices. Two stage 2s. Yikes. Game might come down to whether or not we find a fire underneath this. 50% of the time, it works every time. Oh my gosh, the Venusaur were dead? Well, it didn't come down to that. Opponent's deck seems really good when they have 2 stage 2s on turn 5. Maybe a slightly above average draw for them. Perhaps. In some games, you are not destined to win. Just go to the next one. That's just how it be. Got a Drudagon here. Did Snap ever have homegrown tournaments like we see for Pocket? It did not. I think if we find Tauros here, we start powering that up. Well, I mean... might as well. I don't know that we'll evolve all the way into Charizard, because I don't know that I want to give up 2 knockout points here, but... Charmeleon's a free roll for sure. Powerful Bloom, eh? What an attack name. Yikes. And this is just the double whammy variance here, because it's not just that we only have water energy, it's that we only have water energy and we didn't draw Tauros this game. So we didn't just lose one 50-50 3 times here. We've lost having either of our 2 Tauros in our top 11 or 12 cards here as well. We haven't flipped any coins, that's true. Accurate. I mean, this energy is not doing anything anywhere else, so I might as well put it here. And then the game plan here is they only deal 100 to this, and then we retreat it out to Druddigon next turn, and then build this up for a one-shotter. If they have their superior, they probably get us, but we're just gonna hope that maybe something doesn't break their way. Okay. They got us, they got us. They need 3 coins out of 8 here, which is pretty likely for them. We did the opposite there, game. We'll go ahead and move along. If we'd have had 2 fire energies in our first 4 energy or a Tauros there, we probably win that game, but that's how the cookie crumbles. Sometimes that's just how it goes. I'd be pretty surprised if Poliwrath is good as the last card here. I'll probably get around to trying it eventually, but it's lower priority than other cards that are actually good. Average Twitch chat comment. We lost a game to losing 4 50-50s in a row, plus not drawing a 2 of, and our opponent hitting their stage 2 relatively early. Maybe you should change your deck to play around that. If there's one piece of deck building advice I can impart upon you, it should definitely be don't make changes to your deck every time you lose a game of Pokemon Pocket. You're never going to win all of the time. It's okay to just be like, yep, that was a bad beat. We're going to go to the next one. Electabuzz is kind of scary. It's one that makes me happy that we could attack with Druddigon here. Because otherwise this would get to just like get up front and just like mercilessly pick off our backline. But because we're a 2-color deck here that can attack with Druddigon, they don't just get to hit us for free. What are your thoughts on Articuno for the 3rd basic in this shell? Like baby Articuno? That's interesting. I can see a world where that's fine. Oh, they have X speed into Giovanni. I end up real sad here. Oh, deciding where to put energies is such a trip in this deck. There's so much that goes into it. I think it's just this to play around the Giovanni X speed. But they could, when I put the fire energy on the Tauros, they could pivot into just cracking us with the Electabuzz here. Gosh, I didn't think about that one. Pretty good. That's a pretty big punish for not putting the energy on here last turn. Okay, so I think it's this into fire energy here, leaf it back out, clear the Raichu. I gets got by a potion, but it kind of is what it is. That's definitely the best use of this Raichu I've seen. Really neat way to attack the Druddigon stalling decks. Oh, opponent just... Oh, wait. Wow, what a level. So they didn't attack, so I can't clear the Raichu? Wow. Okay, freaking choices. Because I can't Leaf and Geo this turn. Mazo 2 base, thanks for the prime. Oh, man. I think I'm still doing this, but I think we might be torched at this point, the way the opponents played this. The opponent didn't click a button when they could. Is that legal? Asking the real questions. Everything turned out far worse for me than expected. Yeah, I think we're just done here. GG, opponent. A fun game. Yeah, they navigated that really well. All right, I need to let some adverts roll, but I think we're gonna do at least a couple more of this when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Appreciate it. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna try a different one. Maybe I'll revisit this some more tomorrow. Can open a booster pack. This build a Gyarados. We just play Gyarados as our third in the Tauros Druddigon shell. We can play Articuno too, because we're on like Leaf and Misty. Not playing Greninja gives us room to play a copy of Blue to play through Hitmonlee and Zebstrika sometimes. Yeah, maybe we'll try this next. It's been a minute since we played the Gyarados. I think there's some neat things going on here. This is a Gyarados deck that doesn't just die to Pikachu. That would be big game. Yeah, Blue protects your backline as well. So it saves Magikarp from Zebstrika and Hitmonlee for a turn, giving you a window to evolve. Yes, this deck is water energy only. Yes, blue is almost assuredly designed to be a card to give Magikarp counterplay into the counterplay. Got some options here. Hey, guard, thank you for the biddies. It's gonna be a baby Aerodactyl. It's actually kind of a scary coin flip into our Gyarados. Bridge Misty gameplay, really? Any tournaments today? Already dead and gone. Oh, they're full 2-color fossils. Cute. I think there's a reason to play for this in the short term. We'll just chill. On days that I'm taking viewer deck submissions, it'll be listed in the stream title. Viewer deck submissions are kind of at odds with trying to play in tournaments, though, so I don't know. We're gonna do too many of those. We'll see. I feel like I need to run through all the decks I want to play before I start taking deck suggestions from chat. So in theory, our Gyarados could discard an energy from itself, and then the opponent's Mew could discard an energy from Gyarados. Is the avenue through which we could lose this game. We did not discard our own energies, so we should be good to go here. It did take an energy off the Aerodactyl that was getting to the graveyard, yes. Selects from among the energy it's discarding before the Pokemon is knocked out. Gyarados is such a powerful card. Maybe just get to do the Misty deck thing, chat? It's been so long since I've played an Articuno Misty deck. One of the upsides of playing it is you just randomly cheese people. Having an occasional free win in your otherwise good deck tends to be powerful. It doesn't knock them out on the spot here, but it's, like, pretty good. Even hitting a single one there is so strong. I think I actually don't play Tauros here because I just don't want to get tempoed by a Sabrina. I think literally the only way I lose this game is if I, like, play Tauros out and then they Sabrina me, so. We just chill. They have double potion evolution. You get Marowak EX high roll. That takes 2 energy. I'm gonna Misty the Articuno again, because if we hit heads here, I can put an energy on the Tauros. They roll a little bit high on the Marowak. They could get us here. I hit that 160. My Tauros is not set up yet. Maybe I should have played out the backup Tauros to hedge a Sabrina. This doesn't matter. Here then, yeah. Look at our Gyarados deck winning the game without drawing Gyarados, gamers. JK, we've got it just in case. Just in case. He's here for moral support. Hey, thanks, Belief. He's here to make the board prettier. Yeah, I didn't open these two-star Gyarados for nothing. You don't often put blue in decks, do you? I don't think it's good in a lot of off-meta decks, but I think it's a very good card for the more popular archetypes. Blue protects your Magikarp from Zebstrika and Hitmonlee. And in Mewtwo decks, blue is very good against opposing Mewtwo's and opposing copies of Mew EX. Tentacool. Probably not a matchup I want to put energy on Tauros. Looking for an Articuno or a Magikarp. We'll see. I guess they could have... Here's some UEX. I was going to say they could have a Starmie. Tentacool is one of those cards that feels so close to being reasonable. Put Druddigon out. Insulate against a Sabrina. Get our fish powered up. I'll wait on the last bench slot because If I draw an Articuno instead of a Gyarados, I might want that slot there. Misty here, because if she goes crazy, we can go ahead and put energy on Tauros. I don't know if that qualifies as crazy, but we'll take what we can get. Then next turn, we'll start putting energy on Tauros. With 2 copies of Leaf, do I shuffle the Druddigon up? I think so, yeah. I should probably do this before they put their energy on in case they hit double heads. It's fine, their flipping tails are not as good as us. Unlucky. Punished for their mis-sequencing. I need an Articuno or a Gyarados here. Articuno needs to be this turn, Gyarados could be next turn. So we have like 4 good hits and 9 cards here. Blue dabba dee dabba die. I think at this point I'm putting the Tauros out so that way they can't Sabrina me up into something that has energy marked on it. Have 2 Gyarados, a Professor's Research, an Articuno, and 8 cards. I'm gonna put up the Tauros with the energy on it, so that way if we research into Gyarados, we can switch off to it. I take this crack. This forces them to have the other Tentacruel and switch out to it. I think with the Gyarados draw, we clean this, and then we can threaten with the Gyarados next turn. They need to put an energy on this to clear the Tauros, which means they won't have enough energy to Omastar me next turn. Unless they hit on a Misty. Okay, so now I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna switch to here. I think. This might be wrong because they already have a knockout point. I'm trying to maneuver so they have to put the Omastar up, but I guess they could just put an energy on here. Yeah, this is probably wrong. I'm probably just supposed to put the Gyarados up. Oh, can they not resist the Siren Call of the Omastar? Yeah, I think I made a mistake, but I think they messed up too. I think they should have put the energy on the Tentacruel and cracked me with that, so that way the Omastar threatened lethal the following turn. Now I just get to retreat to the Gyarados and clean this out, and we're done. So, small mistake on my side into a small mistake on their side means we're still gonna win. There's playing to you not having the Gyarados. I mean, that's a pretty bold thing to play to at this state in the game. Oh, you know, maybe I should use the Leaf there. So that way I keep the extra energy on board. Because the way I lose this game is my Gyarados discards its own energy and then Mew discards that energy. Oh my gosh, we just expertly sniped the second energy off the Mew. What a skill game. I think they were dead regardless, but the Rampaging Whirlpool hitting what we want is definitely insult to injury. Love to open on Druddigon. Lightning deck. I guess there's technically no reason to play these out yet, because I'm going first. We can take a brief pause and see how this works. Druddigon, Froakie, Lightning Energy. Oh my goodness, are they Dragonite Greninja? Smells like Dragonite Greninja to me. I'm not going to play the Tauros out against likely non-EX deck. This last slot could be another Gyarados, or it could be another, or it could be an Articuno. I'll play out the second Druddigon to play around, what's it called, though? Play around Sabrina. Our team has a lot of HP. How do we feel about Leaf this turn, so that way if I draw Misty next turn and hit heads, I get to attack? I think that's optimal, yeah? That plays to a powerful line. They're probably not attacking me next turn anyways. Two Misties and 10 cards, so we're 1 in 5, and then back to 1 in 10 on the coin flip. I think I want to just build up second Gyarados because it has the most HP. Oh man, if we win the 3 out of 8 to take an energy off of this, it would be actually insane. Alright, Rampage away, bud. Ah, took our own energy away, rip. We're gonna have to live 2 Draco Meteors, though, which is not a thing. Alright, RN Jesus, take the wheel. We've got, what, 340? We've got 440 HP in play. It's a lot of Noombars. Yikes! I think I actually kind of wanted them to knock this one out so that way I could put another full health thing out, but hopefully they just don't land 2 up front, huh? Yes, Drudagon's ability triggers on Draco Meteor if he's in the active spot. Is accurate. Oh, come on, RN Jesus. Rip. Sometimes that's just how it goes. I think they'll have a print to support and let you pick up a bench book. I think that type of effect would be incredibly powerful. I think I lead Articuno with the Misty in hand here. On Eevee, eh? I think we're just chilling so they can't Sabrina us up. Ice Wing into Blizzard clears out the 120 HP on a Vaporeon cleanly, which is nice. Also clears Drudagon on curve. We'll play the Drudagon out now, so that way they can't force the Magikarp up. I think we're just supposed to try and run them down with Articuno here. How that works out into a Gyarados, though, right? So we clear the Drudagon, they get third energy. Yeah, I think this doesn't work out for us. I need a Misty on our Magikarp in the back. What's the game plan here? We retreat Articuno into Druddigon of our own, and then we let them take single knockout points while we build up our Gyarados, I think is the game plan. The Major Toll! Thanks for the 15 months. Hope your workload lightens up soon. Twin to win! Happy birthday, old man. Here's the resub. Thanks for the ancient sub. 71 months is a long time. So even if they hit on this Misty, they would need an X speed this turn, and usually these decks don't play X speed, they play Leaf. You have room for hand scope, all bets are off. Want to put the Tauros out, so that way, if they leaf into attacking with the Gyarados, my Tauros can come up as my next Pokemon while we set up our Gyarados fully. I think if we're just like in a holding pattern, we're going to start charging up the Tauros next. The goal here is have them blink first, yeah? We want them to pivot before we do. Now they're throwing. Are they? I don't know. I guess things are getting better for us the longer the game goes. I don't know that I understand what their line to win here is long term. You should fully load Gyarados because of energy discard. I don't know. I think playing around that unlikely outcome is worse than having the option to have a Tauros go. No, don't play around losing a bunch of 50-50s. That means you lose to other things. What's the hand size limit of this game? I think it's 10. Wait, actually brush up against that for the first time ever? No, the deck will be empty. Your move, Yugi boy. Got me. I mean, I guess losing my Leafs is bad. They drew me into Misty, though. Cool. I mean, that was like the red card the Twitch chatters foretold of. They turned my 9 cards into 3 cards. Maybe I should have put my energy on Drudagon last turn since I don't have my Leafs anymore. What does this do? So I can put the Articuno up and they clear it, or I can put the Tauros up and they clear it. I think it's just the Tauros. And then we hit their Gyarados back. Because second Sabrina doesn't get us. They did blink. Do I want to start building another Magikarp? Maybe? I think that's better than building Tauros. It's close, though. I suppose if they have a second copy of Leaf, do they have room for a second copy of Leaf with Hand Scope, Red Card, and Sabrina here? Assuredly they don't, right? And then here's my copy of Leaf come back to my hand. Because, you know, decks are really small in this game. So now I get to put this up. And clear them with this and take 2 knockout points, and then we're done here.
Why are your Gyarados so pretty?
They're full art. Of course I have 2 of the pretty ones. You can't play with mismatch cards. That would be like some kind of pleb.
Chat, did you know it's Jeffy's anniversary of birth?
They did. I put it in the stream title. Because I'm desperate for attention. What a silly game. Funny red card too, really. Alright, gamers, we're gonna take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. I'm gonna munch on some of this lunch my lovely wife just dropped me. I'll throw our Gyarados Tauros deck up on stream for the time being. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a couple minutes. What's for lunch? There's some leftover HelloFresh from the other night. Kale and roasted squash pasta.
It's a super good one.
It was a very good one. Enjoyed it a lot. one of those things where, like, I don't think I'd ever have thought to have put this combination of things together on my own. But when I saw it on the HelloFresh menu list, I was like, yeah, it sounds good. Let's try that. And it was excellent.
Bye.
Thanks, David. Thank you, wife. Wonder picked the 2-star Gyarados. Lucky. A couple people have been talking about the bonus picks going up early, which is funny. You actually can't spend these tickets in the shop yet. Guessing we goose egged the tourney. No, if I think if I would have played Executor, we probably would have done better than we did. I hate that it gives me a notification dot when there's nothing to claim. Like, I get that you want to tell me that people said thank you, but, like, don't give me a dot if there's nothing there. Don't do it. With the Gyarados draw here, I want to maximize my chance of drawing Magikarp, so I'm going to research before I Pokeball. Researching before I Pokeball maximizes the chances that the research finds a basic. Oh, man. Them having Finian here actually means that without Magikarp on one, we're actually just cooked, huh? Are there any good Wigglytuff EX decks? I think the least bad Wigglytuff EX deck is the Executor Wiggly deck I played last season. However, I think the cards like Tauros and Mew EX being added to the game have largely power crept Wiggly out. I don't think Articuno's a great draw here. I don't think Wiggly is optimal at anything. I think you'd almost rather be doing something else basically every time. So our Gyarados plan was thoroughly cooked by the Finian evolution. However, Articuno here in tandem with Misty and Leaf is going to give us a solid backup plan here. See a switcheroo on these, or if they're going to try and Aqualiner this and hope we don't have the Leaf. Please hold while they open Twitch. I mean, I don't think that's happening. I think they're just in the tank about a close choice. I think people are very silly about how much they suggest their opponent is watching their stream. They need to Hydro Splash us this turn. And then next turn, they can Sabrina to clear this with Lumion. But blue actually prevents that from happening, yeah? Oh my goodness, I professored researched on autopilot. I'm so silly. I'm so silly. Forgive me. My gosh, blue was gonna be perfect as a counter to their line, and then I messed it up. Rip. I'm so sad I fumbled this. I'm so sad I fumbled this. Good golly. We were 100%. I think they were on the zero outer there. Would have been such a good game to include too, because we would have beaten the counter card and gotten to use blue as well. I do that all the time. It's a Magic the Gathering holdover where you're just supposed to draw your cards first because it's optimal to do so. Yeah, GG opponent. Opponent navigated that game well. I did not. Made one small mistake while talking to the chat and autopiloting. Just like, all right, this is the sure thing, but I also want to draw my cards so I can see the most cards before I make this decision. All right, it's 2:45. We've been live for over almost 5.5 hours. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it an afternoon. Hope everybody enjoys the rest of your day where you're at. For the Stappers that are asking, I'm not playing any Stapp off stream. The gameplay just hasn't been super fun for me. Seeing people talk about tech cards constantly and complaining about the economy just hasn't been fun. So I'm gonna be back tomorrow to do some more Pokemon Pocket. We'll do some deck testing. We'll play another tournament in the afternoon, and I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Tuesday wherever you're at. Peace, folks. If you're watching on the YouTube side, actually, or if you're on Twitch, you're looking for something else, in a minute, I'm going to hit publish on a Lumion Starmie highlight on the Hoaglandia channel. If you want to see a deck similar to what we just played into that the opponent was rocking. Thanks for hanging out. Be sure to check that one out in a little bit.